Okay, hello everyone. Let's get rid of that text. Hello, how's it sound? Very good, so I'll get started. We're just entering the middle game here. So we got a unusual shape in the lower right corner here. It's actually something that I've researched. It's a pretty common position in the beginning there. And black did not play the advised move as far as AIs are concerned. So I'll go into that. So I think I have time to go back to the beginning here and take a look at some of the early moves of the game. Okay, okay. And this morning I've been having some trouble with internet connection, so just let me know if it doesn't look good. Yeah, but right now I'm supposed to be excellent. So uh, a very common opening now, and black played the extension. So this is one way it can be done. Um, I think a lot of the computer programs will suggest that black plays on the other side. And we get into something like this. This is also a very common opening pattern, a joseki you might say, where the ladder for the time being it was favoring white. So black could not capture the one stone in the ladder. Okay, so back to the game. Yeah, so playing on this side is perfectly okay. This is simpler in that it's more intuitive for human players because black is actually trying to build on the side that black covered, which is it sort of makes sense to me. And I think that in general, human players have an easier time playing, even if it's the computer generated move. It's sometimes difficult to play when you don't understand exactly what the meaning is supposed to be. So yes, this early invasion, um, the early invasion is okay. It's one of the options white has, and I don't think black was supposed to play the game move here. So locally, I think black would usually the normal move for black would be to kick here, keeping white out of the upper right side. And I've actually researched this one. So in this case, white's plan is to play the attachment here, which is this is kind of a recurring theme when black has the double space corner enclosure there in the lower right corner. This is the move that white is trying to do, and it depends on the ladder when black plays here. Oh, sorry, not that way. And white plays here. When white plays here, it's necessary for white that black cannot capture in a ladder. So that would be this ladder. If this ladder doesn't work, fortunately for white, it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, black's going to start to fall apart. Actually, black can play here and white plays here. And something like this could happen. This is just, it's a bit of trouble. Black's going to win the race to capture in the corner by one move, even if black leaves it alone. But it's not a really happy position where white's going to get a lot of forcing moves. So this is okay for white. Probably black's going to pull back here when the ladder favors white. In which case, actually, I think white plays once here, forcing against the right side. And white is going to try to connect up underneath. Like this. So if black cuts in the corner, then white gets a lot of forcing moves here. And this is going to be fine for white. White's going to have a nice shape on the outside. Or if black bumps against white, here, then white's going to crawl, and it's going to be something like this. in which case white is already alive and has sente. So white would be playing something maybe in the upper left corner. Maybe this is big. Also, this is a big move. White has two places to choose from. Either way, this is probably okay for white. So in the game, black played here. And I'm not so sure about this one, but it probably is good enough for white to be living on the right side. And this looks like a nice move. If black plays on this side, oops, let's do that this way. If black plays on this side, then this is easy enough for white. It's an easy life. Oh, the mouse is still not lining up? Yeah, I haven't fixed that one yet. Yeah. I'd probably get into different issues if I tried to do that now. So in the game, black pulls back. This is going to be a satisfactory life for white. It's looking okay. And in this position, white plays here. White has a number of ways to live. White could have lived just by playing here. And this would be a live shape. But white is trying for something just a little bit better than that. So when white plays here, now if black, if we assume that black somehow manages to surround this white group, it's not likely that black would be doing that immediately. Then white is not alive yet, but can make a living shape by playing the hane on the first line. So this would be a very efficient way for white to make a living shape. Playing an endgame move towards the right side black territory. So it would be very efficient for white. And even if black covers here, white's here, this is already it's alive for white. It's a living shape. So that's what we see when black plays this move. Obviously white cannot play a hane now, because black would cut on the third line. So so white extends. Yeah, white took once. White extends down. And now in order to live, when white adds a stone to this group, that stone, let's just take the game one move forward, that stone will be here. When white, in the end, white adds a stone here. It means that it's not quite as valuable towards the right side black territory as the previous shape where white played a hane on the first line. So that's what black was doing with that attachment there. And if black plays next, locally black can kill it with something like this. So that's a dead shape. So there's some meaning to that attachment. But white was not going to answer immediately. White sort of has his head poked out. So black will have to play, for instance, black will have to play a move somewhere around here before white will start thinking of maybe putting a stone in. So that's something that could happen in the foreseeable future, fairly soon in this game. It's a good point for black to play and force white to live on the side. Yes. So the idea here for white is that the upper side is open on the side. So white is imaging something like this. This kind of thing. This was a variation. And the side is still open. So if white crawls here, most of that work that black has done is not working out very well. And black would be switching to the center of the board, I suppose, with something like this. So this would have been a natural way to play. In the game, black played one hane, and here, yeah. Yes, and this move is come into mode again. It's a move I played once a long time ago. It has been played by various professionals a number of times. Usually, you would expect black to play a knight's move. And it's probably pretty similar. White would probably play here. Actually, I think the computer suggests you want to play here. In this shape, it's not really, it's just barely alive. It sort of depends on a potential ko and stuff. So for instance, in this case, there would be a potential ko here, which is probably not a big problem for black, but in some cases, white could try to kill with this ko. Or otherwise, in this case, it's going to be a bit painful, where black does not have very much space there. Black would have to add another stone. So that would be a bit painful. So this is how I think you're supposed to play. And actually, in the game, and if white plays here, if white plays on the second line, this looks like white can capture some black stones. So this is the attempt to refute black's move. But black would push through and play here. So this is threatening to cut on the second line now, because if black had cut immediately, in this case, white would just capture those black stones, so it would not be good for black. And this is probably okay for black. The black gets the whole corner in this case, so it's probably okay for black. So that's the idea there, and white refused to play here. And I've seen this variation. So this is probably what the computer wants white to play, allowing black to live in the corner. But in the game white played here, this is a very human move, but actually if I was going to play there, I would probably play it first. In which case, if white plays here and black plays away somewhere, white can next play here and capture black stone in the corner. So I would have played without pushing through. And black would probably answer by playing here, and white would have sente. So that's what I would expect to happen. So I guess pushing through here, a very thick move. Oh, but black added a stone to the corner. So this is even better for white. And white plays there. I don't know about this move. It didn't occur to me. But in general, I think that when white lived with sente on the right side, it was probably a slight gain for white. Very subtle difference, probably. Okay, so I think I've caught up with the game. Okay, we've caught up. Any questions would be welcome. Yeah, the Chinese server that I'm looking at gives black only 19% victory chance. So it's probably good for white. Other games in this tournament? I was thinking of focusing on this game, and if it at some point I could show some different games. I was thinking of that, but I was gonna make this game the main focus. This seems to definitely to be the most exciting two players in this group that we have today. I think we have about 5 games playing right now. Let's see if I can find the list. Yes, so it's Mi Yuting against Lee Donghoon. Probably mispronouncing that. And fairly recently, I did actually. I've done Shin Jinseo also, but I did a game that some games of Mi Yuting recently. So and Shin Kwiri, who's a Taiwanese player, is going to play Ichiriki Ryo, but that's going to be tomorrow. And Won Sonji and KJ, that's going to be tomorrow too. And it's this game. And Kang Dongyu and Shin Minjun is an interesting game, but they're both Korean players, so I thought that this one would be more exciting. And there's Tan Xiao and Park Jungwon. That's probably an exciting game. Kim Ji-sok and Yang Dingqing. They're all tough players. Byung Sang-gil, yes, and Kim Myun-hoon. So yes. And I think Shin Jinseo is the favorite. Yes. That was Go Baduk saying that C10 feels more like an old school move instead of C6, and I agree. So that was about this white move. I think nowadays people would almost definitely play the corner encloser. So this would be the modern move. And playing towards the side like this usually does not get a good score from the computer. Usually you see your score dip when you play a move like this. And it stays a good score if you play the corner encloser here. So most people would play here. In this game, I think it's because the upper side is relatively small, because the upper side is because it's open there on the second line. That would be one reason why playing on the left side was okay, maybe. Okay, so that's where we are. The chess guy, that chess guy is saying, is black was to invade the lower left, would b15, or b15, b15, okay, and c16. You know, that's interesting, but I would probably play b16. If I was to play on the lower side, I think that let's make a diagram for that. So I think in this board position, the corner territory here is big. So this is one variation that can happen with this move when black is probably going to play the hane on the second line there. C15 is white. Oh, C15 is always a good move for white to play. So that was Derek Neal was asking, how do you time when to play C15 as white? The previous move would have been a time when white could have played it. So also, even if black starts from the second line, it can if black wedges here, it's going to turn into the same variation there, where white takes a big corner. And so when the corner seems to be larger in value than the left side, where black is going to get a position, for instance, black will be able to play forcing moves like this. Maybe something like this. When the left side is seems to be larger than the corner, then it's good. But in a case like this, I think that the corner territory is pretty big. So I would be happy with white in this case. And yes, to go back to the start. Oh, okay. If black plays here and here, this would be actually feasible. But when I compare to this, I sort of like to get one line further into the corner with stuff like this. And this is just so much more territory for black and the potential to connect up on the first line. Hello, Kingfisher. Kingfisher Games 215. So black just plays a normal approach here. And this is sometimes seen with computer programs. But white's going to protect the corner somehow now. Okay, Dos plays, or is that Dose plays? Asking what is the time format? I believe it's 3 hours each. And I don't think they have a lunch break. But they will have 5 periods of overtime, which are probably a minute. But that's basically just second reading at the end of the game. Gobaduk is saying he heard that the B16 invasion is falling out of favor because the variants after B14 are so often good for white compared to the B15 invasion. And that's probably something that people were saying a while ago. And I'm not so sure that it's still true. It sort of depends on the board position. Are you sure, Gobaduk? Gobaduk is saying that it's 1 hour and 40 seconds times 5. I heard it was 3 hours. Ed Caesar, thank you. Gave me a present. Thank you very much. Let's see if I can find the time controls. And in this server, they're showing. Let's see. Does it show in the stream? It's not showing in the stream, but they're giving 3 hours each. They're starting with 3 hours each on the Go server. It probably indicates that the real time setting is probably 3 hours also. Let's see if I can find it here. Yes. Well, LG Cup has always been 3 hours at this stage, so I sort of expect it's still 3 hours. Karakai Takagi-san to Nishioka-kun. Ohayou gozaimasu. So that's good morning to the Japanese guest. Okay. Darcy Linde is saying when to play B16 versus C15. Yes, that was what I was talking about. It's really hard to say sometimes. B16, C15. I think we have that backwards. Maybe B15 versus C16. Quite often it ends up in the same variation. But let's just do one more thing about that. Sometimes black will, when black plays this move on the second line, sometimes black is aiming to move towards this variation, in which case black would start with the move on the second line. On the other hand, when this kind of thing is going to work for black, the difference is much more subtle. Sometimes black plays this move when black is aiming to play this variation. For instance, something like this. This is a joseki that's been around a long time. It actually can change a little bit with AI analysis, but this is still sort of a valid variation. When black is really keen on taking the corner or maybe getting something towards the lower side, sometimes black will go for this variation, in which case black starts from the third line. And so it's not really such a big deal, but there are different joseki variations that you can choose. So basically, if black starts with this move, black has the option of curling to this side to take this joseki variant. And if black starts from here, black has the option of playing here and taking the side without the complications. And if white plays here, then black has the option of not playing this move, but to play the extension instead, which is also, this is usually pretty good for black actually, in which case black gets the corner. So while there are, you can end up playing the same joseki variant, sometimes you get into different variations. So you have the player invading quite often has that option. Oh, for white, Darcy Linda had a different question here. So when black plays here, the choice between B16, okay, and C15. Now it makes sense. That's, yeah, so it wasn't a mistake. That's a really good question. It's hard to, I mean, it's really hard to answer. If white plays the kick here, white has not completely defended the corner. So maybe white would continue with something like this. White really needs to get rid of that 3-3 point invasion. So white could do it this way, in which case white had to add an extra stone there, but it's working towards the center, so it's not a wasted move completely. But jumping here would be very simple, and it would work also. It reminds me of a similar position where Lee Sedol jumped there, and his opponent was AlphaGo. And AlphaGo, pretty soon after that, AlphaGo played this move and made some trouble. So when you defend tightly like that, sometimes your opponent will start trying to play forcing moves against you. The Don Slayer, thank you very much. A present. What do I think of playing about moves in the center of the board compared to the traditional idea of the sides first? Well, that depends. Like, that move that white played in the center of the board was probably pretty big. If we're talking about this move here, that was pretty big. If white had played the side, then something like this could happen, and black would be starting to get a pretty big center there. So in this case, it's pretty big, but usually the sides are still important. It just really depends so much on the board position. It's very hard to give a general answer to that. In this case, I think playing in the center is pretty big because it's leaving potential to move further into the black moyo. At some point in the game, we might be seeing white peep here, which is a dangerous move, but in some cases it might work. Or white might just be moving towards the right side. So when there's that idea of continuing to invade, okay, so white played a different move after all. This knight's move here, this is compared to the kick at this point, in which case white needs to add a stone. The knight's move usually does a better job of protecting the corner with just the one move. So if black covers here, which is not going to happen, but if black covers here and extends, then the corner is already going to be a white territory. Oh yes, and that chess guy was already asking about the N5 peep, yes. So the N5 peep is potentially a good continuation. To be frank, I have not done the calculation necessary to play that move yet. So if, I would have to think about it. And so with the with the peep here, yeah. Oops. So let's just give black a random move. With the peep here, we have to be careful of this move. So this is potentially dangerous for white. And there's all sorts of very complicated variations that could happen with white pushing through and cutting here, or just cutting here and looking at something on the right side. And in order to play the peep, white has to read out all of those variations. So I'm not sure that I would be ready to play it quite yet. Yes, well, black will not answer directly. There is a slight weakness in the corner at some point when black plays here. So there could be potentially some problem with this move, but it doesn't necessarily work yet. I have the feeling that black, since white has that stone on the left side, black doesn't really want to cover on the second line here. Black wants to play something, find a relatively light move. Yes. An h7 jump would, an h7 jump. Yeah, that's probably a different set of coordinates, but a one space jump to the right here would be aiming at the peep, but it's a bit slower than I see most players playing nowadays. It's probably not as big as what is starting up on the left side here. So maybe a bit further in the future of this game. C17, probably the belly attached, then it's probably this move. I'll give you some variations. It's not really working yet. So that's, the Dawnslayer is asking, what about the belly attachment at C17? Oh, C17 would be this one. No, that's C16. I'm not sure which one he's talking about. The one I was talking about was this one. And if white plays here, then black can play here. And this is actually potentially alive because black can play here. And if black connects here, then it's going to be a live shape. So 3 is acting as a peep, so white has to answer it somehow. And black does have enough room to live there. Yeah, that's alive. So, and if white pulls back on this side, then black can bump here. In this case, black would be able to live in the corner with something like this. So that would live. That would be good for black too. If white covers here, then black has some choices, but black can play here. And if white takes the one stone, black can break out on this side. So that's another idea that black has here. C16. So that was the attachment. Yeah, I'll cover that one later. And so the problem that black has is that this is white's strongest local move. And black's continuation is to try to make some trouble here with the cut. But black's not quite ready to do that. So if black plays here and here, this is not locally alive. And so this is likely to die here. Or if black plays on this side. Now the outside black group, although black has a slight advantage in the corner, it's going to be a ko-like situation. But if white plays, the ko would be if white played here and threw in here. So that would be a ko. It would be a dangerous ko for white. If we assume something like this, now the problem is that white can win on this side. Let's see. So white could play here and here and here, for instance, even if the latter favors black. But in this case, actually, the latter favored white. So white could just play here and here. and this ladder favors white. That white stone there is working to give white an advantage in the ladder. So those are the various things that could have happened with that belly attachment, and they're not really working for black yet. If black plays this one, I think this is what this is what the Dawn Slayer was asking. This sometimes works, but in this case, it's not really working when white plays here. So maybe not yet. Oh, white ignored it. I was expecting white to push on the push here, but white ignored it. So white did play that jump. So that chess guy was asking, does the D11 shoulder hit put enough pressure on white that white will answer it? And I was going to say yes, of course, but he didn't answer, so I guess maybe not. Okay, so white's focusing on reducing black's right side. Just to look at the territory. Black has... Yes, this is live. Black has about, let's see, less than 15 points on the lower side. And black has more than half a dozen points in the upper left corner. So that adds up to about 20 points that black has in solid territory. On the right side, white's going to have something like 8 points when white lives. Unless white dies, of course. Yeah, but white usually lives. So that's 8 points. And white has less than 10 points, or something close to 10 points in the upper right corner. I'd say that the territory... Those two territories are enough to be close to all of black's solid territory. And white's going to have some territory in the lower left corner. If we assume, for the time being, we'll call that something like 15 points. And black has something on the right side. So the territory is fairly balanced, but I think black will have... Yeah, I would sort of agree that black does have some trouble giving a 6.5 point komi in this. Just because... With that jump in the center, it's going to be difficult for black to stage an attack in the center. Black still has to play moves to surround the right side. Otherwise, it could just disappear, that territory. And white still has potential to take the initiative on the left side of the board too. So I think I would prefer to play with white, but it's not a decisive difference yet. Right. Kendall Frey says, do you ever use AI to analyze the game while it's in progress? Yeah, a lot. Yeah, but it's actually, I learn more if I analyze it myself first. And then I find out what the AI says. Because basically because AIs are clearly stronger than human players. When you get the answer from an AI, it's difficult to get original ideas from yourself. So it's better to analyze the game first and then research it with an AI. Okay, I think I'd like to try to show you some other games. So let's just, okay, this is the Miyu Ting versus Lee Donghoon. And I'm probably not doing a very good job. Somehow I have problems with the Korean names. They're just going for the 3 points in this game. And Mi Yuting has black. Lee has white. This is also a kind of an AlphaGo Joseki. And let's see, where did black play? Black played once here. And then played here. So this is a modern move that it wasn't so popular before, but this is, I've seen a lot of this since we've had AIs. This is a interesting move that is looking at the attachment on the second line, and white answers it here to stop black from attaching below the stone at 22. So like this, so it's a very typical game of the way we play it now, modern games. And black played this move and extended on the side. So not to get bogged down on this, I'll just show you this one on this beginning of the game here. So how is our main game going? Well, it's still the same point. Let's see. Okay, so this is Park Jungwon and it's Tan Xiao. So this is one of the main games. So I'll go back to the beginning here. Another modern opening. And while AIs usually don't give you a good score if you play an extension here on the third line, this is one of the extensions that works, basically. You would often see black play here, but when there's a side, when there's a lot of white stones there, it doesn't like to play this move, which was played a lot by human players. But the computer does like to play this one. So this is a relatively tight extension that can be played on the third line. Oh, sorry about that. That wasn't right. White played here. And they're going to start a fight here. So I'll leave this one here. This would have been another game I could have shown you. But I'm going to go back to the main game just so I don't get lost here. Yes. And yes, they did play a move too. So let's get rid of that. So this is today's moves. I think this fight went fairly well for white, where white lived on the side, taking a lot of territory. And had Sente even. And reduced black's moyo. So yes, so black played the extension down here. This is not a direct threat. White is still alive in the corner, and white peeps once. So if black jumps into the corner, then white will crawl here. And even if black could cover on the second line, white would be alive. Or if black covers on this side, white can just play here. So it's alive in either case. Yeah, so we're back to the Shin Jinseo versus Tao Xinran game. Tao Xinran, sorry about that. Michael Snow is saying, do you see AI innovations being mimicked in pro games, but not necessarily understood or followed up well by humans? Well, yeah, sort of. The problem is that the AIs will give recommendations for moves that they suggest, but they cannot tell us why those moves are good. So we research it on our own, and we get our own answers. It doesn't mean that we're not always playing the moves for the same reasons that computers would play them, you might say. The whole logical process is different. So you could say that we don't know, or we have our own reasons. It's not that we have not researched them. We research the moves and then we play them, but doesn't mean we completely understand what the computer was trying to do. Okay, that test guy is saying, will there be more commentary tomorrow? I hope to do another commentary tomorrow, so if everything goes well, I will. And that will be the best 16 games also. It will be some other games. So there's going to be Chen Kuiri, who is a player from Taiwan, who won the first round. And he's going to play Ichiriki Ryo, who I think Ichiriki was seeded into this stage. So this is going to be the same. Tomorrow it's going to be the same best 16 round, but different games. I think we have 5 games today, so there's going to be 3 more games tomorrow. And tomorrow it's going to be KJ also. KJ is going to be showing up. I'd like to be able to show both games actually tomorrow. And let's see, I'm not sure who the third players will be, but there's probably going to be 3 games tomorrow. Yes, on the left side, black will push on the 4th line probably. That's the normal move there. But for the time being, black has to do something about this peep. H3, that would be an idea. Or H4 on the 4th line. So that's Ben Ballantyne saying that it's too passive to connect. If black did not want to connect, then playing somewhere around here on the side is an option. But white, in this case, I think cutting is... Black could actually connect here. It's just that it is, as you say it, it's a passive move. O7. O7 or white could go a bit deeper actually. So that's that chess guy asking if If black n4, if black n4, black, then white could probably just leave it. But in some cases, white would be thinking of going a bit deeper into the black territory. So it sort of depends. It's a bit dangerous, but in some cases, white could go all the way here. And black might try to cut that. Yeah, it could be dangerous. Black might try to cut it with something like this. And so again, it would be a rather a dangerous situation. It might be a bit of an overplay. If white cannot go that far, then maybe white's going to leave it for a bit. So if white plays here, that just allows black to surround the territory. So not so satisfactory. I would rather to be looking for a potential invasion at the fourth line. Okay, thanks, Gobaduk. Yang Jinxing versus Kim Ji-sok is another game. Yeah, all of these players are big names already. So there's a lot of players who have potential to win here. Derek Neal is asking a deep question about, do I think the strongest Go player in history is currently living? And I guess we're not talking about computers. Um, wow. So black attached. Um, okay. Um, I don't know. I always thought that I would list Go Seigen as one option, but the problem with people in the past is that they just had a different they had a different opening. So the opening theory was different from what it was now. And the fact that they did not know the modern moves would give them, for instance, a lower score with an AI. But I don't think that really necessarily means that they're not strong. I think Go Seigen, so Safari Atari is asking if maybe if he had been able to study with AI. Um, he had a lot of great ideas on his own. Actually, the opening was his strong point. He would. I'd be interesting to see um, what he did with the AI moves. He'd probably innovate with them a bit better than some players now. Okay, so what Black decided they didn't want to connect. So basically, white is if white covers on the left, black's probably going to. Is black going to cut, or maybe black could pull back? Pulling back might be better. And now white cannot cut, of course. So Derek Neal is asking how often do time suji occur in pro games? So I guess he's talking about gaining a minute by playing a forcing move. Um, when you're playing with overtime, which is just 1 minute per move or 30 seconds per move or something like that, it actually happened fairly commonly. And you can see that if you watch games on TV. I think they happened more um, a few decades ago. And younger players, it's harder to tell really. They play forcing moves and at unusual timing anyway. They play the forcing moves earlier than most players before, and they're actually a lot better at playing fast games just because they're playing a lot of games on the internet. So they don't need to play the time suji so much. That chess guy is asking how long do you think it would have taken for human players without AI to discover AI innovations? And so with some of those moves, like the diving into the 3-3 point on moves 5 or 6, um, those were moves that we thought we had decided were bad. So it would have taken a long time, hundreds or thousands of years. And like the amount of experience that AlphaGo got in a few months was probably thousands of human years if we had a way to transfer that to human time. So it's a huge amount of time difference. Okay, so I just pushed. Yes, and that was actually, who was it? Go Baduk was um, asking about N7. So that's this move. So yes, that was another way White could do it. Um, and White's probably just going to push into the black territory here. So nice call. Right. Um, Derek Neal is saying the crazy thing is all the different AIs, although they didn't necessarily develop together, they agree on stuff like the 3-3 point, the Shusaku, Kosumi, and the corner Joseki, some of the changes. So they got to the same place. And I think that one way to look at that is that just that they're good moves after all. So that's one way to look at it. And also, I think some people say that the computer programs just tend to converge into the same pattern sometimes. Just there's something that helps them do that. And I'm not a computer engineer, so I don't really know how true that is or how that works. But there are people who say that there's a tendency for computer programs to sort of converge to the same type of opening choices, whether they're correct or not. Yes, Tao. I think Tao is a nine dan. Sometimes with the Chinese professionals, it's hard to tell. They don't always say, but I thought he was a 9 dan too. It's sometimes it's a bit confusing. They are not so serious about the ranks, and the ranks are not as important as they used to be. So that was Bionic Snow and Gobaduk talking about the right here. He's shown as an 8 dan professional, and he was fairly recently. Oh, he still is. Okay. Yes, the computer power is important. That's Safari Otari saying. Um, but I think part of it could be that they're all using basically the same system, the same neural network system that was developed by DeepMind for AlphaGo. Maybe things would change if they found a different system that was similarly powerful. It could get different results. Polo Camargo is saying, don't you think it's a shame that AI killed the Go proverbs? And um, Go proverbs are sort of slippery anyway. They're a great way to learn the game because they're easy to remember, and usually, especially in Japanese, where Go proverbs they've been around hundreds of years. Um, it's the nice proverbs, the proverbs that work as language, that remain, that survive the trial of time. So it's a pity, sort of, that some of them have been refuted, but they were pretty. It's a slippery subject anyway because they're not necessarily correct anyway. Um, right, yeah. So like Derek Neal says, some of the problems were not perfect, and so there were proverbs where actually I think there was a book by Nakayama Noriyuki where he gave um, likelihood of success with the proverb, and so he would give something like 50% to some proverbs or 80% to some proverbs. He would give a percentage for how likely that proverb was going to work if you used it in your game. So that was sort of interesting. That's something he did long before AIs came around to beat us. Okay, Bionic Snow is saying that Tao became a nine dan professional 3 weeks ago. Maybe. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't really know for sure. I thought he was a 9 dan. Um, that chess guy asked an interesting question. How might top pros today fear against AlphaGo Lee not knowing AI innovations? And um, the reason that AlphaGo um, beats beat us so regularly after it beat Lee et al., for instance, it was basically the same system further developed. It became master and it beat 60 top professionals. The reason it was winning was because it doesn't make mistakes or no losing mistakes, basically. And so it doesn't really have to do necessarily with the superior opening theory. It's more that the computer does not make mistakes later on, whereas human makes a lot of mistakes in the middle game also. And if you research human games with a computer, you find some mistakes in the opening. Usually at this level, for instance, it's just a small, it's a few percentage points. It's if you translate it to points of territory, it's probably just a couple of points or something like that. Whereas in the middle game, you can make mistakes that are much bigger. And the AIs just don't make those mistakes. And the AlphaGo Lee version would also still not make those mistakes. Partially depending on the computing power. So basically what I'm trying to say is I don't think we'd beat it anyway. Even with the modern Go theory. Hmm. Benkyo Tutoring is saying he wishes that humans could have continued improving Go without AI. I think we'll still see some changes. We don't know how it's gonna continue, but we'll still see people with new ideas. Right. White's probably not gonna play too many moves more on the right side. White's idea on the right here is just to um, play some forcing moves here. So once the right side is finished, I think it's time for White to move to the left. So was that Cyphus, suggesting white d10. That's where I would be moving next. So it's just a question of how much white's going to play on the right side. Um, white's pretty much ready to play away now. Oh, the knight's move did not occur to me. Yes. Can't stop the signal, I agree with you. Human players will keep innovating, but they will use AIs to test them. I think I'm going to disagree with Go Baduk. He's saying that one of the reasons that Lee Sedol might have been a bad match versus AlphaGo, which is what we originally thought, actually. Um, because his strength was in understanding his opponent in the flow of the game. I think it was actually pretty unique that Lee Sedol had very strong fighting strength towards the end of the game, in the middle game. And he was really good at finding victory from what seemed to be hopeless positions. And that actually worked in game number 4 because it happened to take advantage of a weakness in the computer. So I think actually AlphaGo was already maybe too strong for us. And Lee Sedol was maybe a kind of a unique person in that his strength was in the late middle game, where he played the famous wedging move, and beat AlphaGo. It hit a weak point that AlphaGo still had. Hmm. I agree with that, Benko. Yes, it has changed. So much has changed with the AIs. Salanov says unplug everything and let's play. Yeah, that's what I was saying when Lee Sedol played the computer. I said we should pull the plug. Territory at the top. I think White's corner territory there, it's still not 100%. That could be the meaning behind Black's move here. So I think for, let's see. And that chess guy is asking, does White have potential for more territory at the top? Um, well, yeah, but it's probably not important. So I'm going to say that the local position here on the left side of the board is probably the most important area. And White's corner territory is not 100% yet, so consolidating that while attacking Black on the left side would be what I would be thinking about here. Hmm. Okay, so black has, I'll say black has something like 20 points on the lower side. And probably just a bit more than 10 points on the right side for the time being. So that's 30 points. And I'll call the upper left corner Komi. So black has 30 points in Komi. White has about 8 points on the right side. A few points on the upper side. So if white gets a 15-point territory in the lower left corner, white's already going to have something like 30 points, plus some potential towards the upper side. So white basically just has to keep the lower left corner and keep a kind of some potential towards the center of the board. I'd say at this point white has more potential in the center than black does, and it's probably a slight advantage. Huh. Benkyo Tutoring is saying he doesn't want to see the day that AI has solved 19 by 19. I agree with that. We'd probably have to go on to 2020, 2121 board or something like that. But of course, the AlphaGo system, that system, they said at the time that Lee Sedol played AlphaGo, that it was not a system that was devised to solve the game. It was just finding moves that were not bad, not losing moves or winning moves, basically. So it would have to be a completely different computer system, I believe. Yes, Derek Neal, I agree with you that we are not close to AI solving 19 by 19. Um, Not by a great deal. So, like this one lost its connection. Five times five is solved. That's an easy one. Yes, 7 7 is probably solved too. We're sort of close to solving 9 by 9, but sort of close. Okay. Yeah, so white is attacking here. Hmm. Oh, that was quick. Thank you, Lloyd Castleton. Make the sacrifice bigger. Derek Neal. So here on the left side, white's going to let black sort of move towards the side and escape that in that direction. White's not really going to try to kill black, but is building the corner. Make the sacrifice bigger is usually it's extending one stone to two stones, or maybe sometimes two stones to three stones. So yeah, it doesn't apply to a 20 stone group, I don't think. My birthday last week. Thank you, Sandy Barbs. I had a birthday last week on the 25th of May. Nothing special. We had a little party. And Peter is asking, am I focusing on this match? Yeah, I think I'm gonna play. I'm gonna focus mostly on this match today. It's a lot easier just to be doing the one game. Derek Newell, thank you. Yes, I have a YouTube channel and I have Patreon. Yeah, I forgot to get the link ready. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, just go to my Patreon homepage and you can help me there if you want to support me. And there is a teaching game tier at the Patreon system, so you can get teaching games in the $50 tier. Thank you, Polo Camargo. I got a present from Polo. Yeah, I don't. Rick Rubenstein and Safari Atari are talking about quantum computing. Yeah. I think it's more about the system, actually, the computer program, you might say. But I'm not a programmer myself. It's just that people before AlphaGo came around, they were saying it would take 20 years at least to devise a computer program that could play at professional strength. And it was because they were using a different system. It was just the system was not the right one. And then the people at DeepMind came up with the system for AlphaGo, which was using the neural networks. D8. Yes, so I think someone's suggesting that black play at D8 or E8. E8, yes. E9. E10. Yes, white would like to try to make some territory in the center. White still does have sort of loose shape, so it depends on what happens with this black group on the left side. That chess guy was saying that he thinks white can make some territory in the center. Basically, that's the idea. If white can get any territory in the center there, connecting up to that relatively weak group on the right half of the center, then that will be really efficient, and it will probably make the difference, the amount that white wins. Because the territory in all is pretty close, where black has 30 points plus Komi, and white has close to 30 points also. It's a difficult game for black. Black would like to try to. Black's still looking probably at the lower left corner, but would really like to be fighting in the center of the board, which is the place where white does have one group there. For instance, a move somewhere around here is threatening white on the right side. So there's that. For instance, if white just simply answered, white's probably going to find something a bit more active than that. And this group that white has on the right half of the center, it's the one group that potentially could get into trouble. So black really wants to try to move it in that direction. But it might be a bit too late to be doing this now. I think if I were black, I would have been doing it a bit earlier in the game. Okay. Wow, Tao enough. Thank you very much. That's a big present. I hope you find a way to develop Go as a mainstay among people who are in the US. Thank you very much. Doesn't catch on as I wish it would, and at least here on the East Coast. Yeah. I agree. Yes. Tao enough. I say that in America, in the American continent, we already have some players who are, I would say, professional strength. They're young players. Basically, they need a tournament system to get going, so that they can play in tournaments and make a living out of it, which would make Go take off. I think actually we needed to have it have publicized tournaments that are worthwhile for the sponsors and stuff like that, and then we would start to get local sponsors, and it would give these young people who are professional level, it would give them something to do. In the present system, we have some young American professionals, but but for them, Go is not a real option yet. But they have to get a real job apart from Go, because they're not going to get enough money out of Go. So that's a problem at the professional level. I think if Go gets publicized, if it turns into a professional sport, I think it could take off in America. I'm glad it's not everyone. Yes. So, okay. So we're in this fight on the left side here. I think white's object here is still to secure the corner territory. It's still not 100%. So at some point, white's going to have to add a stone there, and probably while attacking the black group. And the next step in white's plan would be to surround the center, some territory in the center of the board. Thank you, Go Badu Kueichi. Haha. Rick Rubenstein. I think you're talking about a Japanese newspaper reporter. The invasion at D17. That's sort of, it doesn't really work yet. Let's try it. So say white plays something like this. It's still this variation for white. This is still white's best variation, and black has too many cutting points for this to work. So black might be able to connect underneath, but this would probably just be a bad variation. It wouldn't be working very well. So it's probably a bit premature still, but it is something that Black is sort of looking at. Exactly. Go Baduk Weichi is saying, we were talking about Ichiriki, yes, and his father owns a media company, which includes a newspaper. And it's a very successful newspaper. And he insisted that his son should enter the company. So his son, when Ichiriki became a professional, he had to go to university and all that stuff. It was part of the deal with his father, I think. And now he's a newspaper reporter, as he takes all those Japanese titles. The D14 clamp would defend the corner, yes. Oh yes, Derek Neal was asking what will be replacing AlphaGo versus the world. And I'm about to finish that series. I'm about to be showing the last game of AlphaGo versus the world. And actually, I've been doing this set of videos at the AGA Go channel, which is the Zero games. So that's a completely separate thing. I think here I'm probably going to start scheduling my live streams fairly soon so that everyone knows when I'm going to do it. Might make it easier for people to plan to be watching. And I'll just do various subjects. So I'll do, sometimes I'll do AI games. Sometimes if the timing works, I'll be doing games like this. And sometimes I'll be doing historical games. Or sometimes my own games. I'll just find a subject to do. I'll probably start by scheduling 2 days a month, and we'll work from there. See how that works. So my idea is I'll just start doing live broadcasts fairly soon. Haven't quite figured it out yet, but it's pretty close to happening. That's a good point, Ben Ballantyne. Thank you, Safari Atari. It's been a while since I've done the real board videos. I could do some of those. I'll think about that. Okay, let's see. We're into 2.5 hours. And here in Japan, it's about lunchtime. So I'd like to take a break. And the game is going a bit slow here. So I think this is a good time for me to take a break. Let's put the timer at 45 minutes. And I'll try to get back. And so I'll take a break here. And get back to you in a while. Thank you, Ben Ballantyne. So everyone can take a rest or take a snack or whatever. And I'll be back. Thank you for joining, and I'll be back in 45 minutes about. Hello, I'm back. How is the sound? Does everyone hear me? Sound is good. Thank you, Sfariatori. Thank you, Chris Davis. Okay, we're all set. So we're back to the game. White is building the center territory, which is sort of according to plan. It looks like White might get close to 20 points there, actually. And Black is probably eyeing this group that White has in the lower right, because White is not alive. Hello, Raventoe. The sound is good. Everyone likes the sound. That's good. So White's position in the lower right here, just to show you a variation. If black crawls and throws in here, this is a dead shape locally. So I think that's what Black is trying to do in the center here, because otherwise these Black moves wouldn't really make sense. So for instance, if I was Black, I might be thinking of trying something something like this. This looks a bit, let's see, something like this maybe. Probably doesn't work so well, because moves like this are sort of forcing against Black's position on the left. So it looks a bit desperate. I might start with something on the upper side like this, which is a pretty good point anyway. But Black is playing from, in the game, Black is playing from this side, which is not going to create very much Black territory. And so the explanation for that is that Black is hoping to start an attack against this White group on the right. So again, if Black crawls here and throws in here, this is not a living shape. And let's see, how would White answer that? White would probably play something like this. And looks like White should be able to survive. But I think this is what Black is trying to set up, so we might end with an attempt to capture. So if we look at the territory, Black has something like 10 points on the right side of the board, about 20 points on the lower side, and a lot of stones on the second line on the left. So that probably adds up to about 15 points. 10 to 15 points. So that's 40, 45 points. And we're caught up with the game, apparently. Let's see if I'll look at it on a different server just to make sure. That was, yeah, that was a good call, those plays. We have to check that. Sometimes the server sort of goes bad and you're not caught up. It looks like I'm caught up with the game. Yes. And so this is the game position here. And it looks like Black is, both players are in the vicinity of 1.5 hours. If we believe what this server has, then Black has 1 hour and 18 minutes left, and White has 1 hour and 44 minutes left. So they both still have plenty of time. And this is where Black might be wanting to use up his time, because Black really wants to set up an attack against White on the lower right. And Carl is asking, are there multiple games going on at the same time? There's a few games being played in the LG Cup today. And so we're at the best 16 players. And some of the games are played today, and some of them will be played tomorrow. And that will be all of the same round of 16 players. But I decided to focus on this game, which is probably one of the best cards in this set at this level. They're all world-class players. They're all names that you would probably recognize. But I think that Shin Jinseo is, I would call him the favorite to win this tournament, actually. Yeah. 97% winning chance. With a computer, that can happen fairly easily. So that doesn't necessarily mean that it's some huge difference. Although it does look good for white to me also. A lot depends on, white needs to keep the center territory. White really needs one more move in the center, because if, for instance, it's feasible that white might decide to play something like this, and like this, and when black starts doing stuff like this, this would have to do with, for instance, if white plays the worst possible move, it would be this one, and black would capture 2 stones in the center. So the basic idea is that cut at 2 is interacting with stuff that black does on the left, and white has to be very careful. White would probably play on this side. Not necessarily a loss for white, but it does show a lot of complications there. So white really wants to play one more move in the center. Something like this. After which white could come back here. So if this all goes according to plan for white, then white's probably just going to be ahead in territory. Because if white gets something like 20 points in the center, let's see, we were counting black's territory. I didn't get around to counting white's. So I was saying that black has 45 points. Let's call it 45 at least, since black is going to get something in the center too. White has 15 points in the lower left corner, a few points in the upper right. So that's about 20, and has 8 points, or maybe slightly more than 8 points on the right side. And then if white gets 20 points in the center, that's already close to 50 points. So clearly a win for white. So if we just look at the territory, white has an advantage here. So black is trying to set up this attack on the right, where at some point black's going to crawl here and take away white's eye space. So this is what the players have to calculate, especially white has to calculate that this does not kill the white group. If this kills the white group, it would reverse the result. Upper right. Did I say 20 points in the upper right? I was adding the lower left to the upper right to get 20 points. That's Thenelov asking if I was... The upper right, I was counting it at about 5 points. It can be, if black covers from the left and white covers on the second line, that's a 7-point territory. But it's probably a bit smaller if black jumps into the corner instead. So I was just making an estimate of calling it 5 points, and white has about 15 points in the lower left corner. So that was where the 20 came from. So actually, when I added those 2 corners to get 20, it was a conservative estimate. Thank you. Counting TLS. 5 games today, 3 games tomorrow. That's right. And tomorrow I'm probably going to try to do both Ichiriki and KJ. They're separate games. Ichiriki is playing a player from Taiwan who won the first round. And KJ, let's see. KJ is playing Won Sonjin. So that's a pretty tough player. So those are two games that I'll be watching. I'm going to try to do two games. Kolde says he's Korean and Shin will win. Yeah. Well, I'm not Korean, but Shin Jinseo is my favorite for this tournament. Okay, so White does have a fairly sizable territory in the center of the board. Yes. Ikishin is asking, do these games air on TV in Japan? And the answer to that, unfortunately, is no. Right now, the only TV station that regularly has a Go program is, well, there's a Go TV, which obviously does a lot of Go programs. That's the KA TV. So that's a pay TV, actually. But for normal TVs, I'd say that's just NHK, which has a tournament, the NHK Cup. So that's the one regular Go Go program on TV. And they do not air these games anymore. They used to have a news program each weekend in which they would have videos of the important international games and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if they televise it in Korea and China, but I don't really have first-hand knowledge of that. J5? J5 is, that's a point. J5. J5. J5 looks actually a bit dangerous. It is a kind of a time where black can start thinking about playing a move towards the upper side, sort of moving towards the center. So at this point of the game, okay, here we are. Oh, at this point of the game, there's certain areas that are big as far as territories. Just at this point, it's limited to the upper right corner, the lower side, and what happens to the center. Yeah, CCTV. That's China. Salanoff is asking about the Kiriyama Cup games. I'm not sure. Yes, I've made videos for all of my Kiriyama Cup games, including the one that I finally lost. And so they will be coming out over the next few weeks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I was talking about big points. The upper right corner. So moves like this or like this, or some ideas around that, connecting to a black move somewhere around here, with ideas of playing one or the other of those moves. It's not as if that corner, white's group in the corner is alive, whatever black does. But black does have this forcing move, so black might use that in order to get into the center to a certain degree. This is usually, I would usually just think of playing here first. Another big move that's, yeah, another big move that's important to remember is this one, which is kind of a double sente. It's sente, whichever size, whichever plays. Um, Chris Davis is asking about the Judan Section B. It could be I'm in A now. All of those, it's been a while since I played that tournament, so I'd have to look it up actually. I'm in A in some of the tournaments and B or C in some of the tournaments. I'm just all over the place. And yeah, and it's basically a system that seeds you according to how well you did the previous year. And let's see. Chris Davis was asking about the Section B. Sometimes I have one game, sometimes I have two games or more in a Section B. So yeah, you could say I got a bye. I'll look it up later. So black 1 here, it's probably going to be forcing and it's a big endgame move. And somewhere on the upper side. And then the rest of the board, apart from the fact that we don't really know yet exactly how the shape of black's life on the left side is going to turn out, that is going to be an issue with white sometimes playing moves like this and sometimes playing moves like this to push black around on the left side there. So that's also an issue that's going to come up fairly soon. Oh yeah. So we have some moves. Black jumped into the corner and white curled once. And this is perfectly alive. So it's already alive, basically. Even if black covers here. And plays here, then white can squeeze like this. And it's alive. So that's a 2-point life. That's small, but white did get to play away once. Or if black plays here, this would be alive. And this would be a ko, but probably not very profitable for black. Black's not really gaining very much in this case. It's just the fact that it's going to take so many moves, and white got some territory in the corner anyway. So it wasn't really worth it. So I think now the question is, how deep can black go into the white center territory there? So he might be considering moves like this, for instance. Something like that. Chris, let's see. Cold Day is talking about one Sonjing. And it's confusing because it's like he won. Yes. KJ is not as invincible as he was just a little bit, a few years ago, maybe. Well, people were talking about TV in Japan. Actually, the Nihon Kin, the Go Association here, does have a channel of their own. But that's YouTube, of course. They have a channel on YouTube where they publicize a lot of the games. And these games, the games today probably they're I don't know what game they're focusing on, but they're probably broadcasting today too. They would be doing the Hoinbo-sen, maybe. A Japanese tournament. So we're sort of entering the end game. I think the end game will really start as soon as we know what the center is looking like. And the lower side, that diagonal move there on the second line is fairly big. At this point in the game, it's really big. I3, Thalanov. I3, it looks like a dangerous move. We're talking about I3. It's black's turn though. Probably just a mistake with the coordinates. Um, Rick Rubenstein is saying this has been a relatively simple game so far for their level. Not so much wild fighting, indeed. I think it's basically. Let's just take a look at the whole game. Just go through it once. First, black played this way, which is relatively uh, simple in the idea that it's just the one area that black is trying to control. So it's not a game where things are going to be happening all over the place at the same time. And then white did a very good job of reducing this. And I think this was a local success for white. And the fact that white did well here, it means that after this, Shin Jinseo is playing fairly carefully, and he's avoiding any wild fighting. Also, the fact that the territories are fairly well defined, and when white gets to play first on the left side, again, this is a move where I'm pretty sure that the AI move would be to play here. But this is a more human-looking move. In this case, I think this is viable because the upper side, which is the natural side for black to play an approach move, the upper side is relatively small because the second line is open underneath there. So in order to make any territory on the upper side, black would need to cover at some point on the second line. And so that means that it reduces the value of the upper side for black. So while this is the natural move, I think it makes sense in this case that playing here is probably not such a bad move for white either. And so this is also something that I have seen before. And yes. And basically white is playing in a fashion that makes it difficult for black to have any powerful attacks against white. So white is playing very solidly here. And you can see here white has consolidated the lower left corner. And is just playing a very natural game here. Just because white does have a slight advantage, and white is playing to keep the advantage instead of playing aggressively. So that's what makes it look, it actually looks almost like a game that would be played before computers. Apart from the fact that the opening was modern. C10. Katago says that C10 was the best move at 50,000 playouts. So C10 is here. Probably saying it was a good move for black. Black would still like to kind of manufacture something in the center. C15 for C16, yes. Yeah, that's W. Zhang is asking, was the C15 for C16 exchange necessary? And it did remove black's aji. But I would say at this point, it was not very much aji after all. We're talking about this point where white has played here to protect the corner, and this did remove some of the aji. But even if black had simply connected on the third line, and let's just have white play the same move. This marked white stone, the white stone with a triangle on it, is already doing most of the job that white needs to have done. So for instance, when black does something like this, obviously it's a hanging connection. And this is probably, it doesn't really have enough room to be alive. It might be a ko if black plays here. The basic problem with this kind of stuff is that when white plays here, this black group on the side is not alive either. So it's probably not going to be very successful for black. So I think the answer to W. Zhang's question is that there wasn't, after white played this move, there wasn't much aji in the corner anyway. So black played to make eye space. And my take on that was I was expecting some kind of a fight to happen in the center of the board, but he didn't do that either. So black's sort of running out of opportunities to make things exciting, but it's probably close enough that he might be playing for an endgame. H4 move. H4. H4. That's a thick move. For the time being, white does have. I wonder if white is going to protect in the center. This is a huge move, actually. This is such a big move that I would be thinking of playing it now. It's such a big move. And it would have been sente if black had played it. It would have been forcing. That's a big move. Locally, white could play here to be very solid. Or maybe, yeah, it's hard to choose a place on the upper side. Maybe something like this. Just because if black plays here, white can still play on this side. And white's alive in the corner. And if black plays here, it's probably just a few points like this. So it's probably not as big as white 1 is. So that's a move that could be played towards the center. Yeah, but this is such a big move. G18 is big. That's Thalanov asking why. It's because it's kind of a sente move for either side. If black leaves this, and at some point white, for instance, white could jump in here. That's a lot of black territory that's disappearing. Assuming this shape, then later white can play here and something like this. So all of that black territory, if we compare it to black playing at the point 1, that's about 10 points of black territory that disappeared. About 10 points. And so if black plays there, then it's this 10 points here on the lower side. And if white leaves that, something like this, that's almost 10 points difference in white's territory too. Something like this. So it's a difference of about 20 points. It's really big. If we say that white just answers it, then it's just about 3 points of black's territory and about 3 points of white's territory. when compared to this variation. That's about 3 points difference in the territory of both sides. So it's called a double sente 6-point move, because the difference in the size of the territories are 6 points. The reason White was not playing that was because I'm pretty sure that he feels that he has enough territory. So he's trying to keep things simple. He knows that Black could have played this move earlier, and it's just Black is not playing this because Black is trying to sort of goad White into playing this so that Black can try something in the center of the board. I think that's the idea that Black has here. Objectively, this move on the second line here is probably the biggest move on the board. And so as far as the players are concerned, I think it's just the fact that White is trying to keep things relatively simple while Black is trying to find a way to complicate things. Okay, Juan Sebastian Lechaser has a question about the Miyu Ting game, and he's given me a present, so maybe I should talk about that. Let's see if I can find. Let's find it in the other Miyu Ting's game. I think I'm okay. Oh, okay. So I can do that. Let's just make a diagram. This is actually something that I talked about earlier today. So this was the game where everyone just jumped into the 3 points. 30 years ago, they'd get sent home. But they get away with it now. And here White played an approach move. So this is Miyu Ting versus Lee Donghyun. And Black played here now. So this is actually a move that the idea of playing here has been around before. And it's you compare it with this move, which would not be immediately a threat and would allow White to play into the corner. And so Black could have played this and tried to make a wall somehow like this. But this move is looking at two various attachments on the second line. So for instance, in this case, Black might be looking at this attachment, which would force White down to the first line there. Or actually, Black might be looking at this attachment, which gives White some bad shape there. And the fact that White is peeped at 24, it sort of doesn't work very well with these moves that White is playing on the right. The White 24 is ceased to be a good move in this case. And so since Black is aiming at that attachment on the second line, you might think White would kick. And I'm not sure exactly how Black answers that, but for instance, he might just be playing something like this or like this. I mean here. And in this case, you would compare it to this variation where White doesn't really want to play the diagonal move here, and it's usually considered a bad exchange. So that's why Black played here. And post AIs, you see people play this move. So this is White 30 that Juan Sebastian Lechaser. I'm not sure I pronounced that right, but that's what the question was about. And so this is preventing the weak point here also, in which case White can push through, and White 30 is working to keep that stone at 31 cut off. And also in this case, it's getting rid of that attachment also. So it's getting rid of those two attachments. And because of that, the White group here is already alive. And white actually continued with the slide here, I think. Yes. Sorry. Black continued with this and white sliding. So white's group in the corner is perfectly alive, and those attachments towards the second line were taken away by white 30. When you compare it to this move, it's just stronger towards the center of the board, which is probably sort of important in this board position. Oh, Thalanoff is going to bed. Good night. Or morning, yes. Park Junwan will be a winner. Park Junwan is a tough professor. Okay, back to the main game. So yeah, so we can quickly go through the moves too. So this was actually a pretty common opening. And I think this whole fight here was probably a success for white. Took away a lot of territory here. White, we have to remember that white's group is not 100% alive yet. At any point, black can crawl here and take away white's eyes. So for the time being, white's out in the center, so it's not a problem. This is something that I've seen before. It's a kind of a joseki. And on the whole, white does have an advantage in territory already. So that was quickly well done by Shin Jinseo. And white at this point is focusing mainly on creating the lower left corner into a territory. And now white has lived on the right side. And black didn't really get so much out of that. Yeah. Okay. No moves since we digressed to the different game, so that's not a problem. So this white move is, let's see, is there anything that follows with that? It's just a big move, basically. It's not really 100% sente. But white is sort of looking at a cut there, yeah. So for instance, if we assume some random black move, if black plays here, that's probably sente. So I'm sort of struggling to find a black move that's not forcing. White can play here, black plays here. White can try stuff like this, maybe. No, it doesn't really work, does it? White does have something happening there, although I'm not sure that it's going to be really all that valuable for white. So it's basically just the saving of this one stone with sente and taking away. When we compare it to black playing here, that's a big difference in black's territory. So it's something like several points, more than 5 points, and it's going to be sente. So that's why white would play that. So that could be, if the AI is saying that this move that white is playing here is sente, it probably means that the next pulling out that one white stone on the right is a big move that is going to be forcing. Kevin Wu is asking, who is my favorite player to play against? I play mostly against AIs nowadays. I play against Katako. Everyone plays the same opening anyway, so might as well play against a strong player. Frozen Soul says, good morning. Good morning. Kevin Wu, yes, I do remember saying that. I played several games against Chochikun, tournament games. He's very entertaining for various reasons. And not only is his game very interesting when he has all sorts of ideas that are difficult for other players to make them work. So he in his prime, he would just take a lot of territory, and he was really, really good at surviving the attacks. And I sort of like to attack, so I got into that kind of game with him a lot. And also, he's very entertaining. I don't play Katago with a 3-stone handicap. I sort of doubt that. That's W Jang again. Um, it would take a lot of patience to actually try to beat an AI. I mostly just play even games with it, and then I try to find out where I went wrong. Kevin Wu, Chochkun was he roughed himself the most when he was in his prime, and he would talk about himself, uh, and yeah, he was really very sort of, I don't know, interesting. It was a lot of fun just to. Safari Atari is saying, is Katago the best? Um, I would say maybe Katago is the best computer program that you can get as a free program and put into your own PC. So into your own whatever it is. Well, your own computer. Um, because there's Katago, there's Leela Zero. Um, I think there might be one or two others, but um, that use the same neural network system. And there's some Chinese programs that are pretty strong. For a long time, fine art has been one of the strongest programs in the world. I think that it might have changed to a different Chinese system. And but you can't get them for your own machine. There you can get them on a server. You can get diagrams from fine art, for instance, on one of the Go servers. Um, but it's limited. Like it chooses where it makes the diagrams, and it's only 10 moves long, so you can't sort of fiddle with it. Whereas if you have a program on your own computer, you can, if it shows you something, you can try a different move. You can play with the moves. Try moves that you think your opponent might be playing against you in a human game. So it makes it a much more valuable experience. Rick Rubenstein asking me if I plan to retire or not. That's a good question. I don't know. I think at my age, it's you see yourself not playing at the level that you used to in some ways. But Go is an interesting game, and that there's so much to learn from it. That it's in some ways I'm playing better than I ever did. And then in some ways I'm losing the stamina to play at the same level. So it's sort of ambiguous. It's hard to say, and it's hard to make the decision. Thank you, Kevin Wu. I guess you're talking about the lessons I did on NHK. So in the game here, I think it still is just we're at the stage where white is going to try to finish the center territory. So it's a question of how white goes about doing that. Oh, Carl was asking an interesting question there. I think people could have an advantage, or at least, for instance, the Chinese national team uses fine art, I believe, and at the very least, they are getting different ideas that they research for the opening. So there is kind of an advantage there, and I think that that is potentially a pretty important thing in setting Go for professionals. My glasses, Henry O. Anyone who has trouble with the audio apart from Akotis should speak up because it would be an issue. That's good. Okay, so in this position, if white is, and depending on how white surrounds the center, bad things can happen to white's upper side. So for instance, if white does something like this to surround the center, black will be able to capture a white stone there on the upper side, which is a pretty big move. So that's what the issue is here. White might think of playing something like this, and for instance, making an exchange like this before going for the center. But then, of course, there would be the potential of black ignoring that, and we'd have to figure this one out. Bodo W. That's well, thank you very much, Bodo. Thank you for the generous present. Also, if white extends here, very similar thing in which if white starts surrounding the center, this is going to be forcing, it's going to be threatening to extend here. And if white protects against that, then black will be able to jump out into the center. Let's see, somewhere around here. Maybe this way. The overall situation in this game, Bodo W is asking about that. I'd say that they're slowing down a bit here, so I'll just pass through the game quickly. Starting in black had this big moyo opening. And playing very simply here, white's invasion. I'll make that variation again. This is, I think usually black would play here. And the variation that I researched, this is actually a fairly common opening, is this one, where the ladder depends, the whole variation here depends on the ladder, in which case, if black can capture this ladder, it's going to be a collapse for white. But the ladder favors white. So, in which case, black is probably going to play here. And the move that I researched was this one. White can actually play here immediately also, but it's probably better to have this exchange in. And white curls 3 times. After which, black can capture the corner, but then white would play here and have a pretty good shape on the outside. So this is how white's trying to set it up. And black might play here, something like this, in which case white has sente and can play another move somewhere around here. And this is actually probably something like this happens, and it's probably pretty close. Although it's okay for white, it's probably pretty close. So actually, I think that eventually the suggested move was for black to play away and start something on the left side, actually. But in the game, black plays here. And that was, locally, I think this was good for white. So white got a slight, at the very least, white got a territorial lead at this point. And here, yes, this makes sense. And white even had sente to play the final big move on the left side. So it's going fairly well for white. And he's playing very solidly to avoid complications and make the most of his advantage in territory. And at this point, white's just white's objects are to complete the lower left corner territory, which is, there's still a bit of aji there, some potential for black, and to make something in the center of the board. And the reason white can do both of those is because black is weak on the left side and white is starting to attack there. So yes, so white has finished surrounding the lower left corner and now surrounds the center. So it's all, white's game plan here is very clear. It's nothing complicated about it. It makes sense. And so white cut in the center. So this is where, was not expected. It's the first aggressive move that I've seen in a while. It looks like this stone can probably connect up either to the left or to the right. For instance, if black pushes from this side, in this variation, white is threatening to cut here. And this would threaten black's 3 stones below, like this. Or also it would threaten these black stones. Regardless of whether black has played this exchange, it doesn't make any difference. So that's an example of how white can escape there. Obviously, if black plays an Atari from the other side, black's 2 stones in the center are weak, so white will have room to save them. So here we are. Ethan Winter is asking, is the result in the left acceptable for black? And, well, in the process, black got that big move on the lower side at h17. So the whole flow of play there was pretty natural. And I would say it was acceptable locally. And the problem was that black was already in trouble as far as territories was concerned. So white has a lead in territory. But it wasn't what happened on the left side in particular that was causing black any problem. So it looks like white's plan here is to take away any potential for black to make territory in the center of the board by saving this 1 stone that white has played as a cut. Josh Smith Brennan is saying, why did I choose this game in particular? Well, I'm thinking actually that Shin Jinseo is a candidate for the winner of this tournament. So I'm sort of focusing on this player very naturally. You've probably seen him choose Shin Jinseo before. I mean, actually, recently I think I showed some of his games in a final championship match. But he seems to be. I would call him a favorite for this tournament too. So that's one reason I chose his game. Um, I think the game with Shin Minjun was also interesting. It looked like it would be. I mean, just looking at the players, I liked the players, but since they were both Korean, I thought it'd be more exciting to have a China Korea game. And then of course, if we list them, there's like all of the players at this level are top class. But it was just that, yeah, it's just that I'm sort of becoming a fan of Shin Jinso, I guess. And I was thinking maybe Tao Xinran would be giving him a run for the money too. So I thought it would be an exciting game. Oh, so White is going after the center there. Yeah. Surrounding the center here is not necessarily the best as far as territory is concerned, because at any point, I'm still going to say that this move here, the double sente here, it's actually really big. But if White starts doing stuff like this, it would give Black potential to make things just a little bit more exciting and confusing in the center of the board. So White is trying to keep things simple by playing just surrounding the center. If White can establish the borderline there, and Black could have played this move earlier. So Black is just, I get the feeling that Black is just avoiding playing this move just to give White more things to think about, trying to complicate the position, because usually it would be played by Black a bit earlier than it has been so far. He's just leaving that as kind of an annoying double sente move there to distract White, hopefully. And White is keeping things simple by just surrounding a territory in the center. It looks now like it's going to be less than 20 points. It's going to be more like maybe something like 15 points if White manages to surround it. Go Baduk Weishi says Ichigi might have a good chance of progressing to the top 8. Well, I certainly hope so. He's the only Japanese player left at this point. And he is the most successful in international tournaments. So he has a good chance of getting to the best 8. Black K7. Black K7 has not been played yet. Oh, White K7, that is. Yeah, Chris Davis is asking about K7. I think it was a good move, actually. It simplified the game by taking away Black's potential to make a big center territory. And we're seeing it working very well, and actually White's ending up to make some territory in the center. Black has played the solid connection. This is the shape in this case, where Black is setting up that extension to the second line on the upper side. So if White plays on this side, Black can play down here and capture White's stone on the side. And otherwise, if White plays on this side, black can jump out somewhere in the center. Let's see, where would black play? Maybe here. Or maybe one step at a time. This is another way it could be done. Okay, counting TLS, saying, how do I feel about the next generation players like Sumire and Kotaro, such as Japanese? Oh, how do I think in terms of international tournaments is the question, I suppose. Their style is going to be very different because they did study with AIs. So they don't even know some of the old Joseki. They don't need to. So yeah, they'll be playing very differently, potentially doing better in international tournaments. But basically, I don't think that the Ghost style or the opening stuff like that is the only problem that Japanese players have, because it's very strange, but they are having a hard time succeeding. And it's not just the Ghost strength. I think it's just that yeah, somehow the Chinese players are just a lot more competitive. So black does have some potential here to reduce the center, but not to a great deal. So for instance, if black, let's do that variation again. G18 is still very big, exactly. G18, that's counting TLS. G18 is still very big. In the center, oh sorry. In the center, black can, actually jumping out here, it maybe doesn't work because white can squeeze like this and then push through here. And so it gets cut off. So jumping is not really working in the center. Black can push out one step at a time. And white will play here a forcing move. And in this case, actually white will probably play here first. Yes. And white gets Sente to play, well, in this case it would be this move. So it's, black has reduced the center, but it's still close to 15 points. And white has a few points on the upper side. If we look at the whole area, white still has close to 20 points. Yeah. Not quite 20 points. But yeah, well, so it's not that successful for black. White can live with this result. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for white now. Thank you, Lion Gaisai. Nice to see you. John Smith Brennan is asking, do I miss the psychological aspects of the game? There's some variety in the ways Katago will continue the game sometimes. So it doesn't always play the same move. There is a kind of a... what bothers me is that it tends to be very similar to itself. So it doesn't change that much. But I can remedy that by sometimes forcing it to create variations. So finally black had to play the Kosumi. And that was just... it's a move that he could have played earlier. He was just leaving it to the last moment in the hope to confuse issues. Yeah, so I didn't really give an answer to Just Smith Brennan, but yeah, it's hard to say, but I guess I don't miss the psychological side that much. So here, if white answers, white would sort of like to connect on the third line, but black will push through here, and this would be a good way for black to be capturing the left side. So that's probably good for black. And so white will probably play here, and black will have to take immediately. Which players would I like to see in the tournament? The LG Cup final. That's Katya Oliveira, um, Shin Jinseo, and maybe KJ. Sort of what could happen and what would be interesting, kind of a mixture. Or it could be Mi Yuting. He's doing well recently. It'd be nice if Ichiriki Ryo could do better than usual. Um, I'm not really expecting him to last to the final though. Jim Ouyang is asking about the ability, what I think of the ability of Shin Jin-so to control, and he is showing good ability to control in this game. It's just that he started out, he probably researched this position to a certain degree in the lower right, and black did not play the optimal way, and so white took an advantage in territory, and it's very unusual in this age where people tend to be playing very aggressively, a lot of fighting in the center of the board and stuff like that, fighting all over the place, is the more usual pattern nowadays. So playing this way and succeeding to just sort of control the game like this is maybe a bit unusual for the top players now. Although people did this long ago. Oh, white connected? So this is going to be giving black the center territory, that side territory, yes. Okay, so he chose this one. That's interesting. And when he plays that, it probably indicates he's going to cover here and play this one. So something like this. And then white's going to play a move that takes care of that weakness on the left at the same time as closing the gap. Well, the only move that occurs to me is this one, actually. But yeah, this is something like what he's planning to do, I suppose. I guess this is another way white can play. How precisely would the players of the Yosei calculated? Actually, probably just a number of estimates. Players at this level and at this stage of their career have probably done a fairly good job of calculating it and sort of know what the result is going to be. But it would take a great deal of time for them to actually read it out. Like at this point, I think theoretically you can read out, but it'd be something like 100 moves, and that would take a lot of time. Thank you, Counting TLS. With Katago, I usually have the most fun just It doesn't really matter. I supply the bad variations. So I don't need it to look at wider variations. I just force it to play variations. Ryuk Baduk says, "Is this online?" I don't really understand the question. How it got here? This was on an internet server. It's on a number of internet servers actually, and so I've just copied the diagram to this. Hmm. But going back to the question about the Rick Rubenstein's question about how precisely the players have calculated. I think at the top, even at my stage, I would think that I was winning it with white, and I would not have a precise amount. But players at this time, at this stage, at this level, probably have something within 2 points of the correct answer, just sort of from experience. So Yuk was asking about the SGF. The SGF is probably not available yet, but it should be. You can find it in Go databases on the net. Or if you watch the game on a server, you would be able to download the SGF, I think, after the game is finished. Okay, the times. Those Plays is asking about the players' times, and all I have available to myself at this point is the clock on the server, which is sometimes a bit off, but it's pretty accurate. It says that Tao Xinran has 43 minutes left, and Shin Jinseo has 1 hour and 9 minutes. Pro Sky is thinking of taking a teacher. That's a good idea. I could help you. I'll just sign up to my channel and my Patreon page. There is a tier where you get to get a teaching game. So yeah, that's I just put in my link to my Patreon page, and it's $50 for a monthly teaching game. The value of white cutting at K12 and then leaving it is really it's hard to explain. Basically, I think that the one thing was that cut that cut at L10 has not gone away yet, even after that exchange. So, for instance, if at some point white plays here, white will be able to capture the 2 black stones, even though white played that cut. It was there already, and it's still there. Because if black tries to save them, then white can extend liberties and win anyway. So there's the fact that white has not really invested anything, because white still has the potential to play this move later. So it just added some potential there, some aji. It'll be interesting to see how it develops after this, but even if we assume white does something relatively passive like this and like this, then the cut will not have really been a huge loss, because it does leave a kind of a cutting point. Sorry. It does, although the cutting point is sort of gone now, it does leave some aji there. So I guess it's not a huge loss for white. And just the fact that black's going to have to spend a stone or so later on to capture it. So it's just sort of nuisance value, I guess. So after they're finished with the center here, white's center also, that's not completely finished, and the upper side. So big points to be looking at would be, for instance, for black, covering here is a big move still. If black covers here and follows up with this, then white is reduced to 2 points here. So that's a big move. Another big move would be, this is still sort of big. Reducing white's territory in the center by a few points. And then there's just moves like this or like this, which are also big. I think as far as territories are concerned, this is probably the biggest move, because it does give black some potential on the side, which is probably worth 2 or 3 points. And it reduces white's upper right area by a great deal, by reducing it to 2 points. So that's probably the biggest move as far as territory is concerned. Josh Smith Brennan is asking, what do I think of Go's lack of popularity in the West? And I would say to that part of the question, it's just because Go does not have a long enough history in the West. Like, it's only been in the West for probably about 100 years. And at first it was just countries like Germany, I think just a little bit in Northern Europe, with countries that had some kind of a connection with Japan. So it was mostly Germany, I think, was the first country that started playing Go, just because they had some interactions with Japanese. And apart from that, it was a small community of, for instance, Japanese Americans, Japanese who had immigrated to different countries, played a little Go. It didn't really spread from them to to native people. And so it's the short history of Go playing, and the fact that it's so different from games like chess. It's such a different game that it seems alien to some people still. So it's just a matter of time. I think West is going to continue growing as people discover Go, and it's a game that will continue to grow in America more than it will in Japan, actually, or in the East. Well, Korea and China have always had large Go playing populations, and it's probably going to go on for a while. But I think just the fact that few people in the West know about Go is actually a sign of its potential to grow. Just because as people discover it, they will continue. We will get a large influx of players. The word Go doesn't search well on the internet. That could be. Okay, a few moves. Pokemon didn't help, yes. Chemistry says that even Koreans think that Go is an old game. I always had the impression that um, Korea was sort of saturated with Go players. Like even people who knew how to play the game would say they didn't play unless they were something like a Dan level player. When I was um, when I was 13 years old and I first came to Japan, uh, our neighbor was our neighbor in the U.S. was had to do with he was a journalist. He had to do with a newspaper, and he wrote an article in in the city newspaper, um, and the title was Michael Redmond going to Japan, and so he made a joke out of it. Okay, Bodo W is asking, yes, I will. I will stream tomorrow, and tomorrow I'm hoping to do. I'm going to try to do two games. So that's going to be the game with Ichiriki against the Taiwanese player. I should try to figure out what his name is. Um, Chen Quiri, or is that Chen Chiri? Chiri. Just not sure about that pronunciation. And the other game that I'm going to try to show is the Won Sonjing against KJ, because I think also KJ if he's in good form, he has a chance to get to the final or win the tournament. So yes, I will be doing it tomorrow, and that will be it for this stage of the tournament. I think the best eight round is probably going to be later, a lot later. Actually, I think it's supposed to be in November. Let's see if I have it here. I don't have it, but I'm pretty sure that the rest of the tournament is going to be much later this year. So it's going to be a wait. The surrounding game, like the video, right? Miguel Molina is asking why I went to Japan in order to study Go, and that is the case. And when I was, it was a long time ago before we had the internet. And at that time, actually, Japan was the only country that had an active professional system. And so Japan was the only place that I even considered going. I did not think of going to Korea or China because at the time, those countries were not the place to go. They didn't have a professional system. So it didn't even cross my mind, you might say. But I had to travel in order um, to get to strong opponents. I had to get people who would be competitive to me. And at the time, I was already getting close to the top of amateur ranks. So I needed to travel to Japan to get some competition. And it was after that. Um, it was after that when Korea and Taiwan, I mean Korea and China, um, I guess the communities recovered from the Second World War, and they were ready to have professional systems. It took a while for them to get started. Just Smith Burnett, thank you for coming, and good night. Yes. Rick Rubenstein has asked, can I get into trouble on NHK if I say Taiwan instead of Chinese Taipei? And I probably would get into trouble, yes. Charles McCord says he would like to see the Donkyu system applied to other things in the West. And I think that actually they have dans in a number of Japanese um, arts, including martial arts, of course. So like they have dans in karate and stuff like that. They have dans in various arts. I think it was just a kind of a standard thing in the Edo era, the a kind of a golden era for culture in Japan that was from the 17th century to the 19th century, more or less. And it was very good time for all kinds of arts in Japan. Hmm. So it was a kind of a standard thing in the Japanese system. Okay, it's getting lively in the chat. I'm having trouble deciding which question to answer first. Yes, I do think Nakamura Sumire could become the best female player. At this time, I'd say it's Ueno Asami and Fujisawa Rina are still very much stronger than anyone else. But Nakamura Sumire, just because she was so young when she became a professional, and the fact that she's making so much process gives her potential. But there are a lot of formidable female players now, and it all depends on how they turn out. They're still too young for anyone to know for sure. They have a lot of potential, is the other way to put it. I was always confused by the chess rankings. Mm-hmm. I did not say this a 2 point margin. When I said 2 points, I was talking about that's Duke Baduk asking that. I was talking about the margin of error that players at this level probably have. I would say that their estimate earlier in the game, it was something like 30, 40 moves ago when I said that, I think. I was saying that the margin of error that they have, or what I meant to say was that, is something like 2 points. So without actually calculating exactly what's going to happen, they make an estimate of the score, which is usually correct to within 2 points. I'd say white still has a slight lead, and it looks like white is just finishing it off at this point. That's Jack Zheng who was asking. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty clear that white's going to win. Miguel Molina is asking about any other professionals nine dans. No nine dans actually. There were some like there was Alexander Dinnerstein, some Russian players who went to Korea to study. Um, there's um, let's see. There were some young men who came from Europe to Japan. About five. There was Katarin, and there was Hans Peach. About 5 down, both of them. And so no one was persistent enough to get to 9 down. It just took time. And I think now that it's going to be less and less likely because with the internet, with AIs, there's less reason for people to actually have to travel to the east, to the far east. People can get strong without doing that. And obviously, it was a sacrifice for my parents, for instance, and it's something that is pretty difficult for people to do. Um, but it was absolutely necessary in my case. Whereas nowadays people can learn from an AI, they can learn from using the internet, and it's not essential to travel to the Far East to become better at Go. And so that makes it, I think it's less likely. And so within the Far East system, so like the Chinese, Korean, or Japanese Go Association, it's probably unlikely that we'll see any 9-dans coming up from the West. They'll probably become, we already have professionals in America and professionals in Europe with their own professional systems, which is probably what people will be doing now. So all that needs to happen now is that these European Go system, they have their tournaments and stuff, and they have tournaments in America also. It has to become more lucrative for the players themselves so that they can make a living out of just playing Go alone. And then things will take off. Ranking is tricky. So this is Counting TLS asking about the ranking. The ranking is always tricky. Nowadays, the more reliable rankings are those that people get on Go servers. So as far as professional rankings are concerned, they're pretty arbitrary anyway. Basically, I would say I'm a 9-dan just because I've been playing a long time and I was persistent about it. And so eventually I ranked up a large number of wins. But I think it's true that the young European and American players are pretty close to professional strength when they become professionals. But the fact that they don't have a way to make it worthwhile to continue playing, it means that they will not continue to improve after that. Just the fact that they don't have enough tournament games to play that are worthwhile. And so they have to be able to spend more time studying without a day job or something like that. And then they would become they would have potential to become strong players. Um, oh, that was actually a good question. So much was happening that I sort of almost missed it. Acrylix0 asked, what is the point of black playing h19? And usually it's better to play at g19. Only since white did not want to play a ko when white was going to win the game anyway. I think that's the case here. The meaning of that is black is getting rid of the weakness at I18. So to try to look at that, the game is suddenly progressing quite quickly. If black connects here, obviously white will answer. But then if black plays this move, which was actually an attempt to go after white's stones in the center like this would capture 2 stones in the center, but it would have this weakness here. So black was getting rid of that weakness, and this would be really bad. It would be really bad because black cannot even save these stones here. They're dead. Or if black plays, in this case, white could play here, here, or here, and the 3 black stones would be killed. So white has this move on the lower side, which white was aiming at. And by playing the hanging connection there, in this game position, white usually doesn't want to play that ko anyway, and white has an advantage in the game, so white's not going to play that ko. In this case, if white connects here, then this doesn't work anymore. So it was getting rid of that weakness there. So that was a good question by Acrylix0. And I needed to make that comment. So in the game, it continued like this, and black got those 2 white stones. Yeah, and we're catching up to the game here. Yeah, so this is the board position. Rick Rubenstein asks, do you think Go will ever get a single world championship similar to chess instead of just various international tournaments with multiple Go world champions? I don't think so. I think that the fact that there are various sponsors who are willing to create these tournaments is beneficial to the professionals themselves, and it also makes it more interesting. For instance, like in tennis, you have a number of tournaments like in a cycle that they play. Um, let's see, it's Wimbledon, and there's a French tournament, and I think there's an American tournament. They have the similar setup with golf also. So there's some sports where that is working really well, and I think that's yeah. I sort of left off in the middle of tennis. I wasn't confident in naming all of the tournaments, but um, something like that anyway. And so I think that the fact that they have multiple tournaments is a good thing actually, and I'm hoping it's going to continue. Mm-hmm. Yes, Europe needs its own international competition. That's correct. Go better, Koichi. We need a sponsor there. Europe has a lot of promising young players. It's just that I don't think they have enough opportunities to play as professionals. And the same about American professionals. We have a number of Americans who are professionals in the American system. So they're playing the end game. It looks like white is still ahead. There's not so much to be left played. There's some. It's interesting, and usually you just have big points on the side of the board, like the one white just played. But we also have some big points towards the center of the board in this game. It's just another, that jump on the upper side, I'm sort of wondering why that would have been a big point for white too. The place, let's see. So now, this point is still a big move for black. This would be a big move. This is also big. And then there's this area in the center where black would probably play like this, I guess. This would also be a fairly big move. If white plays there, white can save this stone. This is probably pretty big. Go Badu Guichi is asking about the best eight. That's the best eight of this tournament. That I think it's going to be in November. That was Jack Zheng talking about the schedule of the best eight in this tournament. All right, Rick Rubenstein is going to bed. It's probably very late in America. Thank you for coming. Yes, Go Badu Koichi, I agree that KJ, if he's in good form, he has potential, but he does have a tough opponent tomorrow. with one sonjing. And it looks like Tao Xinran is down to less than 30 minutes. But it's just small endgame. It's just the center now. So the center is sort of hard to judge. But apart from that, it's just the center and that big move on the upper side. And the upper left corner. So about 3 points to choose from. Oh yes, that was big too. So 4 points. So now they've pretty much finished the center. There's still that cut at L10. But black doesn't really have a very... Black would probably play at M11, M9 that is. But it's not going to make much territory there. So I'd say the upper side is pretty big now. Mm-hmm. N9, N9. N9, yeah. N9 would be a big move. White would still have the wedge at M9 though. Well, for Zivoni is asking if I have a Japanese name. Basically, the moment you come to Japan, they make a phonetics name for you, which is supposed to be the same as Michael Redmond, but it's not. And it's the best... wow. Oh, yeah. It's the best approximation of Michael Redmond that they can do. And so I sort of consider that my Japanese name. It's Michael Redmond. And it's as close as Japanese can come to pronouncing my name correctly. Unless they speak English, of course. And people who take a real Japanese name, probably it's because they want to take a Japanese citizenship or something. And that's something that Western people will do. They'll create a Japanese name so that they can, in the process of taking Japanese citizenship. So black has saved a stone there by connecting on the first line. And he can do that because if white plays here, this is going to be a forcing move towards the right. But white's not going to do that. White's going to play an Atari from this side. And then white gets to squeeze from this side. And it's on the whole, it's not a very pretty variation for black after all. So it's an unusual way for black to play, and it's not all that successful in this case. But at this stage of the game, it doesn't make any difference. Oh, so Gobaruk says they did it for him in Korea. Yeah. And they, back when I was playing in a lot of international tournaments representing America, I remember I went to the Ing Cup, and I think it was a 5-character name that they made for me, which sounded pretty much like my English name. It was a good approximation. They were just using Chinese characters, Chinese words, to pronounce my name. So they have a whole set of Chinese characters that are sort of ideal for that kind of thing, as phonetics almost. Although the characters themselves still have their original meaning, they're sort of used as phonetics. And then when I played a tournament in China, they thought of phonetics for my name also, but it was a different a different set of characters. I think it just happened to be a different set of characters that the sponsor chose to represent my name. And it was, again, a fairly good approximation of the pronunciation. And the Koreans, of course, they have their own system of phonetics, which is not the alphabet. They have their own alphabet, which works with Korean. And so that's how they translate your name. Yeah, so it looks like it seems pretty clear that white's going to win here. And black is playing that ko on the upper side, just he's making it as difficult as possible. Hmm. Actually, counting TLS is black. Black is creating the code partly because it complicates things, but also because it was the best. It was a better way for black to protect the upper side. So black was just it makes sense actually. It's a good it's a end game move also. Oh well, first Chris Davis is asking the losing variation playstyle. Is that the one where AlphaGo went crazy against Lisa Little after Lisa Little played that move, the wedge in the center? No one would adopt that. Eric Hofer is asking what part of the game I enjoy most. I think I still enjoy the opening, even though it's become sort of pretty pretty much the same every time now. Players tend to repeat themselves in the openings just because the computers give certain answers. But I still enjoy the opening, I think. It's the part where no one knows what's going on, really. Meiji Master. No one throws away points like Master did either. It's not played. But I think that that's Chris Davis again asking about the oh, Alex Kim. Thank you very much. I got a present from Alex again. Okay, Chris Davis asking, losing variation playstyle? I'm not really sure what you're talking about, but the way that Master gave away points when it was winning anyway is not something that professionals copy, but it is the idea that it doesn't really matter that you don't play exactly if you know you're going to win anyway. The fact that people are playing more to simplify the game, you might say, and keep it in control rather than trying to get the most points. It's because of the time controls. It is something that we are seeing more of, and it's more accepted nowadays. Chris Davis, yes. AG Master did seem to make it very close and sometimes a co-fight for the decision. I think it could partly be because it was working with a 7.5 point Komi, and the servers were sometimes with a 6.5 point Komi, so sometimes it was a bit closer than you would expect. And it was usually entering the end game with a 4.5 point, something like 4.5 point advantage, and it would give most of it away. I haven't seen Master lose, actually. So, unless you're talking about Master against AG0, in which case it did lose. Right. Go Baduk Weichi is giving Master move A and B and C. Well, if they all end up winning, it doesn't choose the best move as far as points are concerned. It chooses a move that wins. So if all of them, maybe it chooses randomly. At the time, just watching its games, I got the impression that it was simplifying the board position. And I think that's what it looks like to human players. Although I don't think that the computer program was actually trying to do that. Okay, Risto was asking, is there a way to know when I'm going to stream? Yes, and they come to us as a surprise because I haven't been planning well so far. But in the future, I will be scheduling streams and posting to Twitter and to my channel. So you should sign up to my channel here, and yeah, click the bell. That's right. Estudiando con go con ini. How much of that was correct? Anyway, just sign up to my channel and click the bell. Then you get notifications from my channel. In the future, I will be scheduling it and probably doing about, in the beginning at least, I'll be doing about 2 live streams a month and schedule them. And then apart from that, when a tournament comes up like this, maybe I'll be doing it extra. So you'll get more information in the future. And Go Baduk Weichi said you should subscribe to my Patreon. That would be a good idea too. That would help me a lot. So I'll put a link again. That's a way of supporting me, actually. So you can support me at Patreon, and you can get teaching games depending if you join the $50 tier, then you get teaching games. Otherwise, you get early access to videos sometimes and stuff like that. So that's one thing you can do. But I will be posting. So yeah, I'm sorry that these are always surprising you. In the future, they will be better scheduled. Victor Makovichuk is saying Katago in the opposite, try some maximum points. I think a lot of the modern computer programs that are derived from AlphaGo, using the same basic system, um, have sort of solved that problem um, where there were extra points given away by the computer. Humans don't really like that. So I think people have tried to solve that problem. And Pro Sky is asking what time zone I am in. I'm in UTC +9. So it's the mid-afternoon for me right now. And that's the time. That's pretty much the time zone. Actually, I think it's 1 hour away from the time zone in which these games are being played. So yeah, so that's just the time that they're being played, and I can't help that. And Katago gives the point score as well as its percentage score also, or whatever. So it gives two scores to you. Very useful. Looks like they're gonna finish the game. It's probably a few points per white, but looks like they're gonna play it to the end. It's just a couple of points on the lower side left and some ko's. A recap. Yeah. White has a small lead. It looks like the game is ending now, and so they're gonna count it, and we're gonna get the result. But White's gonna win. Wolfer Zivoni is asking, "What is my favorite book? Is that a Go book?" Hmm. That's actually a good question. In the Go books, actually, I probably enjoy most the game. Oh, literature. Actually, when I came to Japan, I started reading Japanese literature. Um, and some of my favorite, and so you probably wouldn't know the author I'm talking about. So I read an author called Miyagutani Masamitsu, who writes a lot of Chinese Chinese historical novels, and it was really exciting. Chinese historical novels are really exciting just because the scale is so big. It's such a big country, and they have so much time to work with. So like it's something like 4,000 to 500,000, 4,000 to 5,000 years of civilization, which makes it really a huge scale. So I enjoy Chinese historical novels. I like Japanese historical novels too, but they're generally writing about a smaller part of the history, like it's just a few hundred years they deal with. They've finished the game. Let's see. Probably a few points on the board for black before Komi. The Three Kingdoms, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That's a a story about some real history that happened about 2,000 years ago. So they've finished, and we're sort of waiting for the score to come out, but it's going to be Black's going to win a few points on the board. Okay, counting TLS says white plus 3.5, which sounds about right. But I don't see it on the server yet. So I guess I'm about to wrap up. I feel safe in saying that white has won this game, and I will be coming back tomorrow about the same time for another live stream. And that's going to be, it's going to be the game between Ichiriki and, let's see, Ichiriki and Chen Chiri, or is that Kiri? I think that's pronounced Chiri, Chen Chiri, something like that, and Ichiriki Ryo. So there's that game that I want to do, and there's the game between Won Sonjing and KJ that I want to do. And I'll find a way to put both boards up on the screen. So thank you for coming, and I'll be back tomorrow. Oh yes, and the result has come up on the server, so it is 3.5 points. And thank you.